Alright, welcome back. Here is our list for tonight. It is the same list that I have been running really hot with, and actually, this identical list to Kieran. Unfortunately, he's on his birthday trip right now, so happy birthday to him. He's known as Testacular, but he also ran this list to a top 8 finish, being Delver, UR Delver, 4 times. He went 4-0 against it. So I do think, with tight sequencing, the blue red Delver matchup has been addressed slash fixed. But again, I mentioned this before. A lot of times, what the Delver player does doesn't really matter. The onus is pretty much on us. It's almost like single player mode where we have to play pretty much perfectly. And if you do, you're probably favored. But if you don't, you probably lose. I'm not saying what they do doesn't matter at all, but for the most part, the decisions for them that have some weight if they make the wrong move, for instance, right, wrong play, tend to be the turn that they cast iteration in the mid game and when to do that. That's probably the only decision where a wrong move on their behalf probably will cost them. But in the beginning of the game, I found it doesn't really matter what they do, and matters more what we do and make sure that we have our sequencing tight. So with that said, I will go a little bit over this since Elves has been running real hot lately, myself included. But ignoring leagues for a second, I want to go over. Yeah, we had this past weekend Testacular top 8, and then the weekend before, Inigo and Jurg both top 8 as well. So overall, the deck is doing great, I think. The main changes to the deck, I think the main deck is more or less the same when I last streamed last week. The sideboard is what we decided to change, and the biggest one. There's a notable omission in the 75 at the moment, and this is the Archon of Valor's Reach. Full disclosure and for full transparency, Testacular did lose to Enchantress in the top 8, and that matchup is almost unlosable with Archon. So, not completely free, but I don't typically plan for Archon. I'm not Archon. For Enchantress in the metagame. So, maybe that's one of those things you accept, like, you just gotta, unfortunate pairing, so to speak. But essentially, I think the matchup is unlosable with Archon, and Testacular unfortunately did not have that like me in the sideboard. So that with the removal of Archon, hey Tonic Boo, how's it going? Thank you for the nice kind words. And the removal of crop rotation, which is debatable, but that freed us up to play 2 copies of Mindbreak Trap. If you are an Ant or Storm player, please look away. The amount of hate that we are running, or disruption, in the sideboard is pretty gross at the moment. We have 6 discard spells, 2 Mindbreak Traps, 3 Endurances, and that's not even counting the Collector Oof and the Endurance. Thank you for the follow, Rude Eternal. Fitting username, given if you're an Ant player, or actually especially if you're like a Storm player, you are probably not happy to see this from the Elf list. So that is the major change. To be honest, I really despise this card. I'd rather not play it, but I think, especially in my time slot when I play leagues, there tends to be a Belcher player for some reason, and there tends to be the Epic Gamble. And I might just be really unfortunate because I think there is exactly one Belcher player in all of Legacy. I'm sorry, in Automoto, and unfortunately they play when I play. And also, I think there is exactly one the Epic Gamble player, and they also play when I play. So maybe this is bad luck, right? Or not bad luck, but unfortunate circumstances. Probably a better word I should use. But nevertheless, that freed us up for more combo hate, and I kind of want to test the second Collector Oof in the sideboard over maybe a Duress or Trap. I think that's like reasonable, which is what Inigo has been doing. But overall, I think the deck is just doing really well, regardless of what sideboard cards you're playing. Namely, the additions of Murder's Cut, I think, have been huge to address the blue-red matchup, which I know a lot of Elf players have come to me and pleaded with me, like, that they cannot play perfectly against blue red, and I just realized that's the reality. So I have to make the deck a little bit easier, right? Like there's we need more training wheels, so to speak, and I think Murderous Cut is very good and easier to play than some of the other options available. Also, if you find yourself losing to blue red, there is no shame in keeping in the natural order package because I like to refer to it as the big eraser because it doesn't matter. Your misplays are erased, so to speak, when you cast natural order. Granted, I don't think the card is great against Delver, but if you get to the stage of the game where you can cast it, then you can erase your previous mistakes. With that said, I think we'll go ahead and start. Also, here are my socials if you are, like my content and want to check out more. Notably, give me a Actually, I'll mention this right now. If you subscribe, if you want access to my Patreon account, but then are not using your Amazon Twitch um, subscription, uh, I am now considering, at least as a promotion, you can have access to my Patreon account with a Twitch subscription here. So give me a follow or a subscription here if that's what you're looking for, and then we will. So I don't know what they're on, but this is a like pretty good hand overall. But yeah, I am now offering that option if you don't want to spend the $5 for Patreon but want access to my account. I think the most useful thing, and I'll probably preview it either after this match or maybe at the end of the night or after the end of the league, is the metagame update that I provide. I mean, I know Matt Book also does a metagame update, but that is more a generic one. So I would highly recommend that one as well. If you don't know what I'm referring to, I can link that. But my metagame update is pretty much going off exactly what MTG Goldfish references as the top 10 decks at the time I released the article, and then goes into a deep dive of how that impacts the elf and respective, whatever it is. Let's just say blue red delver, right? Matchup with the changes that have happened in the past month, right? So for example, I think a change that we've incorporated is the addition of um, Murderous Cut, and I talk about how that helps the matchup, for instance. So I think, interestingly enough, they didn't do anything here. We don't have much going on. I think we just want to set up a rotation for a Cradle. Main phase. I know for those of you who are joining me for the first time, the reason why you main phase that there is to play around removal. If they remove your Reclaimer response, then you can play your Mana Dorks, right? Because you're not able to fetch the Cradle. Looks like we're playing against D&T 60 card version. That would explain why they also mulligan to 5. It seems like they probably knew what we were on. But if you're a D&T player, you probably don't really want to mulligan aggressively. At least I didn't. But I also don't mulligan aggressively in general. Obviously, that changes if I'm playing against something like Reanimator, but that's a little bit different. So I think if we can answer the GTA here, I don't think I'm really afraid of anything from their deck. Sure. They're already down a card, now they're down another card. Or they were down 2, now they're down equivalent of 3. Don't think they are coming back from that, but I could be wrong. Notably, we'll keep this up. The Veseju doing work here. I mean, we didn't know what they were on, but Um, Glad that we are playing against D&T for two reasons. One, I think it's a good matchup. And two, notably, we have the answer for the GTA here, right? Sure. So ideally, what they may do here, especially if we don't have a Waterwood, right? They're gonna try to force the Stoneforge Mystic through, and then we're gonna, allow them to tap out and hit it with Boseiju. So notably here, I think we play the fetch and just don't do anything. We'll just leave all the mana up. We almost want them to play a land here, right? Um, sure. Oh, okay. I think here there's really no reason to play the endurance. Oh, that's pretty good. For a little bit punished here, right? Because we didn't play the endurance, the green sun is not lethal now. But I think that is probably okay still. I think what we want to do here is 3. So 3, 6, 7, yeah, 8. We would have been. Yeah, I think that's fine. Ooh, that's a good keep there, or a good draw, I should say. And then we'll just pass. I can't imagine they don't equip here. And pro green, right? I cannot imagine they would not do that. So they did not pro green, which is not good for them, right? The GTA doesn't connect. We don't have to actually use this yet. There's also, we could play the endurance, I guess. There's no reason to. I guess we could have flashed in the endurance, but we don't have to use this yet, which is nice. Alright, that might just be game. Do I have too many? Yeah, I do. Not really interesting, to be honest. We also don't want to reveal that we have this. Maybe they don't play around it. Alright, we have 3 removal spells that are pretty decent. We can bring out the graveyard hate cards. And then a shepherd that just doesn't really do much in this matchup. Otherwise, pretty good, I think. I think aside from 8 cast, probably our best matchup. Um, what else is like a really good matchup? Yori on Zenith. It tends to be a very good matchup. Those are probably the three, the holy trinity of good matchups for elves. I casually saw on the DNT Discord, people think that this matchup is even now. I would like the DNT player to notify me who the elf player they're beating, so I can revoke their elf license. Keep. I do not think this matchup is even, as some DNT players seem to think. But maybe that's good though. Like, um, it means they maybe underestimate you too, right? I think here we have lands and spells. We have the Visionaire already. I'm like tempted to take a land, especially with the Cradle of Lumen. But again, I don't really want to flood out, but I think that's probably correct actually. In the worst case scenario, these lands can be what is it called? Cradles. Arbors, right? Also, the visioning gets a lot worse if opponent has Spear of the Labyrinth. Sure. So another reason why to take a land there is so that we can use this as a... Oh, okay. So we can use it as a spell, but a little bit awkward there for sure. Very interesting plays from our opponent. Why did they main phase the Aether Vial? But yeah, my logic there was I wanted another land because I want this Boseiju to be a spell. Right? I'm like holding it for the GTA or the Spirit of the Labyrinth or whatever. I feel like I'm just gonna get blown out right now by a spirit, but I don't think I can wait. Ooh, they didn't do it. Interesting. Mindbreak Trap, maybe? What is going on? I think I'll play that. I don't think there's anything I'm like afraid of from this board state. Sure. I thought that was a possibility, but only because they kept 2 mana up, right? Interesting that they would shut off their own vial here. Very interesting play. I could have fetched in response. That's probably better because you get another mana, another creature for the Cradle, right? But didn't I just assumed that was gonna be like a Stone Forge or something, and that they wouldn't shut off their own vial. This notably also keeps up Murderous Cut if it's relevant. And obviously, I don't want to expose the Cradle for no reason. So right now we would have had 4, 5, 6, 7 mana, so 1 mana short. Skyclave, sure. Argument to fetch here to thin. I think that's probably right. Nice. Wow, that's a good draw. Another creature here off the top would be really good. There you go. Sequencing here matters because I feel like they have a mind break trap. Looks like they don't. Otherwise, they would have used it on the heritage. Here, I don't think they have a GTA, but you never know. Notably, the green sun here can get the Gris, and that's probably correct. And just plus, right? What are we afraid of here from the Aether Vial? Yeah, I think we do that. We just tick up. Sure, we drop the natural order. I think this game is likely over. Yeah, I think they did not realize this is a Nambo. I suspected as much because why would they, cut their own bio off, right? That doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, we won here, but kind of an asterisk. I feel like our opponent misplayed, twice. So I'm not really. There's like no weight on this game, right? Match. Actually, what was I gonna mention? I was gonna do something here. Oh, okay. Sneak peek for the metagame update that I provide. Since we're waiting here, I haven't converted this to PDF, and Inigo usually does this, but this is like roughly what it looks like. So I essentially show the delta of compared to previous month, how the decks have moved. So notably, Doomsday and Depths have moved into the top 10 of MTG Goldfish, and then there's some movement obviously in the top 8. The top 3 decks stayed the same, but I kind of go over the applications and the new developments of each. So if you like this kind of content, it might be worth it for you, because it's generic, right? It doesn't just apply to elves. The impact is obviously to elves, but the new developments are just very generic developments for the deck. For instance, I go over like the Jeskai control. Matthew Vook played a mentor version, right? Like that's like a quick summary. Hmm. I just saw a very funny comment from Brian Koval. All right. Our opponent here notably plays Goblin Stompy. I think this matchup is kind of hard. It's it's like playing against Moon Stompy, but they have a lot more like combo-y turns. But we'll see, right? Notably here, because we have the Cradle Hoof in hand, um, in general, if you replace this with a natural order, more often than not, if you don't know what to do turn one, Green Sun for 0 is correct. The reasons not to do that is when you don't have a payoff spell. So what I mean by that is like, um, you don't have like a visionary or like a natural order or even a glimpse that represent a win condition. I think here we just play everything out, right? Like, actually, I should have sequenced better. Um, if I were careful there, what I would have done was play around the pyrokinesis. Like you never know when they're gonna have something like that. So we do this. I'm like very scared of this deck because of Fury. This is unfortunately not really a hand that can play around Fury. If they want to, they can just hit us like that. Oh wow, they just missed. Honestly, I think they probably well maybe their hand is just no second land drop, right? And their lackey can't get through. I would suspect that's why they conceded. Um, I think this matchup is. I kind of want to play uh, board similar to as if they were Moon Stompy. So, namely, bring in the endurances. I think the Glimpse of Natures are a trap in this matchup because they usually have like some kind of these hate pieces, right? And then it's hard to play. And there's setup that's involved that's needed with Glimpse of Nature in general. Notably here we are short 2 cards. Wow. So I think we want the Caracas as another land drop. And then I don't remember their exact list. I feel like this is the type of deck that would have like Blood Moon still in the sideboard. Or in the deck post board is what I mean to say. Um I feel I feel like we probably just keep like I don't know, a Murderous Cut or a Snuff Out. Probably a Snuff Out to be honest. Or actually I take that back. The Glimpse of Nature is probably better if we think that they're still gonna have Blood Moon, right? I think this is fine. Definitely less than ideal. Right? I don't really want to clip a Glimpse of Nature in this kind of deck. Like our best route to victory is Natural Order by a mile. All right. Speaking of Natural Order, if this was a second land, this hand would be so much better. I think as is, it's kind of shaky, but I think off the strength of Natural Order we keep. Definitely a very dicey hand though. There's a chance to just go turn 1 3 ball and we lose. But I mean that's life, right? Or that. Land. Thank you for the follow. Hey, it looks like it's Francis. Francis is a good friend from my LGS store. We probably just lose, I think, if we don't hit a land here. Ugh, the 1 card we didn't want to draw, right? Ugh, that's terrible. Alright, obviously this doesn't do anything, so... We already have the second one. Big time Rugrats. Ringleader? Why would they keep that in? Alright, there we go. I think here, to make sure nothing crazy happens on their side, I think we just slam the Collector and then take the Stone Rain. It could be relevant in case they draw like a Ringleader, right? Our hand is quite slow at this moment. Sure. Oh my god, I just realized the Trash Master actually being relevant here. think here. What are man, this is not good. I think we have to play to our out. Like we're gonna lose to their aggression. So here, I think we just get the ramp right, and then hopefully we can maybe stabilize with maybe we can stabilize with a natural order for progenitors. What are the odds that they kept a hand with? Oh my god. I don't think we're gonna beat this hand. Should be attacking with all, I'd imagine. Yikes. Yeah, I don't think there's any line here really. 9, 13, we're at 1. No, we're just dead. Yep, we cannot. Unfortunately, our hand was a little bit soft to theirs. It is what it is. Like something we live with. We'll be a lot better when we're on the play, right? This is actually why I just don't think we have time glimpse as well. There's an argument to be made that the land is probably just better than the glimpse. I think I actually like that, but it's too late. I think this is a keep. The ones has to find land, but the odds are in our favor. You know, to quote Hunger Games. All right. I think we should be okay here as long as it's his land. It's got the best one. So the other thing is like in the event they just like keep in Blood Moon for some random reason. Some people like to do that against me. I mean at minimum it like shuts out the most powerful card in the deck. So I've come around to thinking it's not the worst. Obviously we can play. There's some play around it, but it can be annoying. I think here. All right. We can play 3 creatures into the endurance. They can Fury us 3 for 2, but at least we would still have the endurance. I kind of like that line, to be honest. If they want Fury us, it's not the worst. It's still a 3 for 2. I just don't think we can allow the Lackey to hit. Like, I know they have 4 Muxes. There's some argument to, you know, force it to be a 2 for 2 and not play the second Wirewood. Yeah, that might be better actually. This line actually is worse against their Fury, but better if they have a Wow. Okay, they didn't have it. Okay, so they did have it. It's better if they have spot removal, right? But I think it's not the end of the world. They have that. Like I said, I definitely somewhat regret playing the second one. I think the first one's okay. And then we eat the Lackey, so it's not the end of the world. These Goblin Tribal Stompy decks have a hard time dealing with the 3/4. Sure. I think we have to take the Rabble Master off the board. The question is, do we? I think we do it like this. Actually, I wish I had taken that off. That was a mistake. I realized it right after, but sure. Definitely like a regret, right, for the not playing the Wirewood. Things would be a little bit different right now. Wow, they're gonna run that in. Actually, it should be this. I think the line here. This has to attack or no? No, it doesn't have to. I think we can play, or I think we can go for the win, but this is the conservative play would be not to do anything. I think I like that. Let's take the conservative line. I think we're ahead. We don't need to potentially throw away the game. Like if they have a Fury here, right? Like we can block bound. I mean, we can pump our team. Actually, hold on. That's better sequencing. I think if I tap 5, go to 4, I still can't kill them. Well, if I had gone this, I could have been able to do everything at once. So yeah, tap 5, go to 4, tap 3, go to 7. So we're 1 short. There's no reason to do it now. I'll just pass. We have the Cradle representing protection for it. They can't like kill our board. And we have lethal next turn. Okay. This plays through removal, right? Yeah. All right. Again, we never really had a turn where we could glimpse, right? Like we have to kind of commit to the board and stay. This thing is a monster in this matchup, in this kind of matchup. It just means your goblin, 3 drops can't do anything. Hey, Money Mons, how's it going? It is going pretty good personally right now. 2-0. Quick recap on the list. Namely, just insane combo hate in the sideboard. That's probably the long story short. For those who don't know, the 2 murders cut. Shout out to Brian Koval, by the way. I saw his tweet. I haven't got. I'll respond later, but he jokingly said, "I'm glad this innovation, it's is pretty nice on the wallet, right? A foil murderous cut is like $1 or whatever it is, compared to the last innovation, which is like a snuff out, which is like $100. But for those who don't know, I would highly uh, take a look at some of Brian's content, his YouTube and his YouTube videos, his podcast with Eternal Glory. I know he has a Patreon where you have access to his server as well. Brian is in the unique situation of being a just overall good player. So he plays multiple decks. L's being, I know he hasn't played recently, but he has the capability of playing multiple decks. So I think his opinion carries a lot of weight as a result. So definitely shout out to Brian. I know he is a good follow and good overall person. We're playing against New Brack. I don't know what they're on. This hand is kind of sketch though. It's a mode of 6 already, and to be honest, the 6 is not even that great. Um, because the glimpse is not really active for a while. I think we can do better. This is better. So keep. We'll put the heritage back. Well, let me see. If they kill our first thing, probably, if they're a control deck, I think I would rather have the Gris. If they're Delver, I think we hedge towards that. I think we'd rather have the 1-drop, so I'll do that. I think definitely the 6 is better than that previous 7 we would have kept, which was a virtual 6 to be honest already, and arguably a virtual 5 because the first glimpse is not active for quite some time, unless you just want to cycle on turn 2, which I think is probably the wrong play, right? Because you want to be developing your board first 2 turns of the game. Uh, I know I'll get the pushback that oh well, you actually just rotate for Cradle on turn 2 a lot of times with Reclaimer, right? That's not really developing the board, but it is, right? Inquisition, okay, sure. Yeah, our hand would have been. I feel like this is probably Grixis control. There was notably a Grixis list that top aided. I know the Fourth Seasons event. Maybe this is the same one, only because the Inquisition, right? That's not really a combo card per se, because you really want Duress to take Force of Will if you're playing combo. Here we'll notably get the Forest just in case. Play the Reclaimer. Reason being is we're playing around Wasteland and it actually makes Reclaimer a 3/4 faster in case it matters for Bolt. Um, so there's that, right? Him. Yikes! That is not what I want to see. I think here most of the time I would rotate for Cradle. This is the exception, I think. I don't think we can allow this Visioneer to get hidden or Thoughtseize. Well, I guess if it was him, it would be the same, right? Except I got a creature on board, which is relevant, right? Obviously, Thoughtseize would be a big deal there. I think we want to hedge against that, right? That the him is kind of huge already, especially when we mold one time. All right, so let's see what's going on here. Land. I asked for land. That's technically counts. We'll cash in our Cradle here. This also notably plays around Sudden Edict, which is sometimes scary out of these decks. Oh, wrong. We, for those of you tuning in, we're currently 2-0. First match, I don't think really counts. Our opponent made quite a few mistakes, and it's already a lopsided matchup in my opinion. Um, we're playing against DNT, the Boomer DNT 60 card version. What is going on here? Now, is there a reason to do anything here? If I pitch, yeah, I think I want to do that actually. If I pitch here, what ends up happening is I put all those cards back in, and then I don't have to like worry as much about like a random Murktide or something or Snapcaster later on, and then I can get Cradle here. I think I will do that. Another line here is actually that wouldn't work. I was thinking if you can put the Arbor back into the deck, but it's not out yet. I'm thinking one step ahead in the wrong way. All right, we're getting himmed out of this game, unfortunately. That is kind of an insane draw. The question here is, do we get? I think we do get the Wirewood and climb back into this game, right? I think we bash here. We leave the Reclaimer notably up in case they want to do something crazy. It probably doesn't matter. That's a card. The reason why I didn't do anything there, is because I want to keep Reclaimer activation up. If I had rotated for another Arbor, could be consumes all. Sure. Debatable here if we want to keep the Reclaimer or the Visionary. I feel like well. Yeah, I think the card matters more. They can have the Visionary. Hey, High Star, how's it going? Oh my god. Hitting the land with the push. Jesus. That is. But, I mean, somewhat made up for it, right? Notably, we only have 2 more fetchables, so that's could be relevant. I feel like they have force pitch and a random draw they just had. The way they're playing, I don't know. Actually, it's hard to say. Man, this is a tough decision. If we bounce the Arbor here, sorry, bounce the Vision and they have removal, we lose the game. So I don't think we can. I think in this situation, we take the Bog and hit their Kolaghan's command in case it matters. Yeah. I think we probably lost this game. We made a judgment call on bouncing the Visionary, and they had the removal spell. Unfortunately, they're just like going after our mana. We had like perhaps that's a sign that they don't have force, but if they didn't have it before, they probably have it now. I think the best again, yeah, just going after our mana. To be fair, let me see. Let's look at it. Hindsight's always 2020, obviously. So they hymned. Where's the consumes all turn? Yeah, here's the turn. We play the Guy's Cradle. So we would have had enough for the natural order. But they would have gone after the land, so that's 1, 2, 3 mana. Yeah. I mean, hindsight's 2020. What the heck? Shoot. It's kind of now or never for us, right? Thank you for the follow. I think that's game now. Actually, in hindsight, like I think it's correct not to bounce the Visionary there and keep the Reclaimer and bounce the Reclaimer. Well, either way, it would have been bad, right? We bounced the Reclaimer. No, no, no. That would have been bad. We had an extra creature on board, so now we just lose. It seemed like they. I don't know. Maybe they didn't have force. Maybe they did. I don't know. It's hard to say. They could have been holding force the whole time and we'd have lost anyways, but we'll never know. I do think in hindsight I probably made the wrong choice. Actually, this has this turn they lose the game. We have to block. They may just force this. Well, it's hard to say, right? We definitely had a window. And I think I probably made the wrong play. Although it may not matter. Maybe their hand is forced. Oh god. So they're running the combo too. Seems kind of superfluous, but that's a different story. Oops, what is going on? One second as I. So maybe one of the cards in hand was the combo piece. I definitely want the thought seizes. Um, because they run consumes all. Well, actually, they're running. I don't know. It's like weird, right? They're running consumes all, but in the same deck as their Kess and their, potentially Snapcaster Mage. Part of me kind of likes Endurance, but then they have Strix as well, so that's not great. Um, I kind of feel we definitely want this out because this dies us sneeze. Debatable whether we want Endurance in this matchup. I feel like the answer is probably not. They do notably have the combo. So I think I'm okay with this actually. And I just probably just ignore the graveyard, to be honest. If they have a Kess online, we probably already lost. Like I don't think I'm want to run Caracas just for that. Um, I think this is like reasonable. We'll see if we can make up for our misplay. Like I said, there's a good chance they have force anyways. On the turn that we could have potentially cast natural order, but it's hard to say, right? Like that deck, their blue count is quite low, so if they have force, like blue pitch is unlikely as well. It's probably a removal spell here or discard spell. Looks like a discard. Okay, I stand corrected. People do some strange things. I think they're thinking about forcing it. Strix? Yeah. We need a creature here in the worst way possible. Oh man, it's a disaster draw. This could be a disaster. Punished for not playing. Oh my god. Punished for not playing the Cradle too. I think this game is already over. I actually think this is a good matchup too. I know some people disagree with me, but I've found that you can grind through most of their stuff. I think game one is on us. I think here our draws are. This is what happens when we hedge towards Delver, right? We play a little bit more lands, and now every once in a while you'll pull it out. But that's something you live with, right? Like, yeah, I was afraid of that. Like, we had a small window where we can glimpse, and we just did not. We needed to hit a creature because a creature with a Wildwood on board represents two, and now I think the game is probably out of reach. This matchup is very hard, I think, because they're playing in addition to Grixis control. It's the combo version, and we could just like randomly lose to that. It's the reason why it's hard. Not to mention we can't attack the Narsets in the way that we normally could against the Jeskai version because they have Strix. I think the game is probably already over. The other thing that I think I probably messed up on was maybe I should have Green Sun for 3 because they have no choice but to force that earlier. So looking back, actually, especially with the natural order in hand, all right, that's game. I don't want to play through this. Yeah, looking back, I think that there was 2 misplays. The other one, I think I probably should have got Gris, and then I just chose not to. I think at the time it probably would have been correct, given the natural order in hand as well, right? You force the force out, and then you cast natural order following turn. It also plays around the consumes all. So this matchup's on this loss was on me. I'm gonna take a quick break to use a restroom. I'll be back in a minute. Yeah, so last game I fell for the allure of just trying to draw cards when I could have just closed the game. These Grixis decks cannot really beat Gris as well, so definitely on me. I thought about it at the time too, and then I don't know why. Well, I guess I do. I just as an elf player, you want to always draw cards. So definitely, I made the fun play, and then it cost me. But that's why I didn't play yesterday for what's worth. That's why you play these leagues to unrust, so to speak. I'm playing against I Love You. Interesting. It looks like they're on Yorian. Our hand is okay. It's got lands and spells. I kept the rainforest in case we wanted it later on for like black or whatever, but probably should have just fetched that to be honest. I think turn two, it's almost pigeonholed into visionary here for multiple reasons. The reason why I didn't go with Waterwood into Dryad Arbor, I don't really want them to Swords of Arbor, right? This is more mana efficient, by the way. This line I'm taking. That's the Ice Fang. I don't want to attack into it. Yeah, so good read. Hey, Romario, how's it going? They're also on Yorion, so there's that. So I think they're on the Yorion Zenith deck. Taiga. We have a Taiga game on the other side. Didn't realize this deck played Taiga. Could be Allurin actually. They, I think maybe they were red. I don't know. So kind of happy I play all my visionaries right there, right? Like it could be, yeah. This is game one Romario, so we don't know. If they have it, they have it. Yeah. I'm not. There's no universe you're not slamming here. It's possible they have force negation too, would be funny. Um, I don't know how to board here. We didn't really see much. Probably don't want that. I think here, given that they're an STP deck running green and blue, I probably play the percentages that they're not on some kind of like weird. Well, they're on some kind of weird combo deck. I would regret it. Okay. We haven't seen much. The Taiga is interesting. I I don't remember that Yorion deck played it or not. I think we hedged. Actually, I think play the endurances, and then if it's otherwise, probably want the Caracas too. We'll adjust as needed. Yeah, I think if they are on a combo deck, we will adjust as needed. But I like this. You just want more endurances. Handle the not Euro strategy, and then I think that's like the only thing we're really afraid of out of those Zenith decks. little bit mad about myself. I think we should have probably beat the Grixis player, but I, got tempted by the allure of just drawing too many cards. I think here we're gonna play around Wasteland if our guess is right there on Yorion Zenith. That's actually another reason why I like playing Endurance. It means we don't have to fetch Bayou early. Against when we brought in Thoughtseize, I will typically fetch Bayou turn one. General rule of thumb, if you don't know how to fetch for this deck or Reclaimer, is the first one. If you're against a Wasteland deck, will be basic. If you're playing Thoughtseize in your list, post board, then you get Bayou. And if you have Reclaimer out, typically the second fetch on turn 2 is the opposite of whatever you did turn 1. Because that will give you the full complement of options overall. I think to be mana efficient here, I'm gonna go ahead and just like do nothing. And then hope to Endurance on their end step. I think they're sure. So the Endurance here already, proving its value, right? I think here we're gonna go Shepherd into Symbiote, Bash with Endurance, leave up Endurance. In case it matters. Probably doesn't. Yeah. I mean, they're dead, like, in a million ways. Alright, let's see if we can get the 4-1. I'm kind of disappointed this is not for the 5-0, but that's on me. I probably threw game 1 in match 3. Game 2, we needed to draw a creature on the crucial 3rd turn and did not. So something I emphasize a lot is like when somebody asks me about this deck and whether if they're interested in learning, something I will often ask the person is how close to perfect do you think you can play? The reason why that matters is against, oh my god, we're playing against Tony Scapone. So the reason why that matters is because against Delver, you cannot really afford to make mistakes. So if you're an L player, you really want to make your mistakes against the control players or against the combo players when it doesn't matter and where you have like a lock piece out or something. Keep. This matchup is probably our worst matchup. We don't have Leyline, and they go off consistently on turn 1. It's like playing against, in a way, Belcher, right? Except not. It's far more resilient than Belcher, and Tony's a very good pilot, and unfortunately knows what we're on to. So he knows he has to go fast. This matchup is like against Tony is almost unwinnable for me. Against other users, I've like stolen matches before, but this matchup against Tony is like impossible to win. Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? Like I said it at the outset of the stream too, right? Like we pair into the one Epic Gamble player all the time because of just the time zone, right? And we play against the Belcher player all the time, which is just unfortunate. Like, I don't mind playing Reanimator 3 times in a row. Like, I 5-0'd actually recently, the other day. You know, having faced Reanimator 3 times out of my 5 matches. I don't even mind, like, Ant or Show and Tell. It's just this specific matchup is near impossible. Namely because they always have the turn 1, and we are not running late on the Void. We could. The problem is it doesn't map very well for us. On the bright side, at least we would not have got the 5-0 anyways. I mean, there's like some algorithm where they pair you against people with similar records. But I mean, if you hold all things hold, we probably just lose, right? I don't think we can win this matchup. Like Tony also will play around everything, so we're not gonna get a free win because it got sloppy. But yeah, alright. The once per stream lose into pair into Tony's Capone, right? For what it's worth, Tony's a nice guy, Del Prente. So he's rated us a few times. I jokingly will say that for main deck like that, or for main deck Mindbreak Traps, right? I am glad I'm running the. Alright, now we're dead. I'm glad I'm running the Mindbreak Trap though. So I mean, we do have a small chance games 2 and 3. Game 1 is as unwinnable as you can get. Notably, Endurance does not do anything in this matchup too, unfortunately. And I think the Glimpse of Natures don't do anything in this matchup. Like, we just don't have time, right? Our best combo matchups tend to be the graveyard ones outside of exactly the Oops. Because of Endurance. And Discard. So, like, I would love to pair into Reanimator all day. You'll lose game 1, but games 2 and 3 is, like, near impossible for them to win. There's just too much hate to fight through. Actually, hold on. I left one Glimpse in by accident. Not that it matters, but... Alright, a bunch of stuff and relay. So, I think we just pop the relay, right? Thank you for the follow. Let me see if any of the other stuff matters. I don't think it does. Thank you for the follow, Samuel. So here, notably, we should have kept a Waterwood in instead of a Glimpse of Nature. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think it really matters. They're both, like, equally bad. Interesting line here. That they would play their mocks out. I guess they... I'm trying to think what it would be. Monolith. I mean, they don't have Storm, right? Like, what's going on here? Alright, hold on. I think the line here is definitely the Symbiote. In case they draw the Echo, I just want to ramp. We need a clench for one turn. Hey GDFG. If you were to give this deck a O-Style Legacy like second breakfast, what would it be? That is a great question that I have not been asked and I haven't thought about. But I will think about that. Strangely, nobody has asked me about the old school, like Cheerios or whatever, or cephalid breakfast, right? Kind of names. So that is an excellent question. I like that question a lot. All right. Okay. So notably here, we don't have the Archon, unfortunately, but and we don't have lethal. So as a result of that, okay, let me see. We get the oof here. Yes, it's not lethal, so I'm gonna go ahead and do this. But that is an excellent question, though. I had not thought of that, but I will, and if I get to an answer, I'll try to answer offline. All right, so they conceded to the collective. I think here we just want to clench and hope we just turn one mind break trap them, right? Like the 20% or whatever it is. I think GDFGHD is referring to elves or Cradle Control, right? Obviously, that is a homage to Cruel Control from Cruel Ultimatum being a standard a while ago. Okay, actually, the other thing we want to do is check out these hideous glimpses. I think that's fine. I think yeah, here we just open with a mind break trap and just like all in on that, right? I do know. Yeah, that's not cutting it. That ain't cutting it either. It has to be, in my opinion. I don't think we can afford to mold to mind break trap, so I'm gonna keep this. Put this back and put probably this back. Actually, no. Wildwood is like awful, so I'm just gonna put both back. We're gonna pretend like we have. Okay. I was gonna say we're gonna pretend like we had the mind break trap and just like tank on every spell. This is also why I hate mind break trap because we can't really afford to mold to it. But there is an off chance that we get them. Oh my god. If we draw into it, but that's not meant to be. This is also why this matchup and Belcher tend to be hard. It's hard to win game 3. I think game 2 because of discard, like you're not favored. I mean you're slightly favored, but it's not even a given. But if you do happen to win game 2, you're probably not winning game 3 because they always have the turn one. Yeah, 6 land is hideous here, right? And like I said, I don't think we can reasonably just mold to a mind break trap. That's like a tool of somebody will probably can give me the percentage of what it is. I can actually bring it up go on hyper geometric calculator here, right? Let's do that. So here 60 success is 2, sample size is 7. Oops, 1. We have a 22% chance of getting it, which is low. Oh, okay. Did we not bring them in? How come we're not seeing them? To be fair, it's only 20%, right? I honestly hate the card, right? I just hope to dodge this matchup in a real tournament. Like, it just so happens we play when he plays. So it's just kind of unfortunate, but I really despise the card. Oh, the horn is like really difficult to beat. To be fair, yeah, like I said, there's only one player playing this deck. Unfortunately, we, like I said, pair into it a lot. But the more popular Storm deck right now that has been doing well is Ant, and I'd much rather have Discard because of the flexibility it gives against Show and Tell as well. But yeah, we're probably just dead here. Fortunately, we don't play Leyline anymore, like I said. Otherwise, although to be fair, we would have kept the hand without Leyline, and if you draw into Leyline, it feels really bad as well. All right, 3-2. It is what it is. I set my one loss on stream as usual against this deck, as Sager joked. So I think here's our list that we just went on for those. Sorry, that we just played for those tuning in. I think the list is. It really depends if I really want to play the Mind Ray Transfer now, or just accept losing to this deck, which is not unreasonable. I think we'll go like what ended up happening here is we just have to keep a hand, right? Like that had discard because I don't think we can really we just mold the Mind Ray Trap. If we have it, it's nice, but what I'll do here is I will play a league now without it. Oops. And then we'll see how that goes, right? Like I really don't like this playing trap. It would have been great if we opened it, but like I said, it's like a 20% chance, right? And then you just hope discard gets there. But I think they know the percentages. Unfortunately, we get scouted as well by the Epic Storm and the Epic Gamble. But what I will do then is there's a part of me that wanted to play the second oof because that's what Inigo has been doing. I think if we run into these kind of decks, the second oof is actually not great. The first crop rotation is kind of nice. Like again, it's a better another card against for lands that we're kind of short a card, and I can see like maybe one member trap. Like I can see maybe something like this too. I do want the crop rotation because I do think we kind of want another card for like the Merit Lage decks. And maybe this is okay. So I was gonna try the second collector Oot today, but given how that played out, it doesn't strike me as gonna be fast enough. Typically against definitely not against the Epic Gamble. Maybe yeah, for sure, Sage. Okay, we'll do that. Let's not omit it. Obviously, this is not good against the Epic Gamble, but could be fast enough against the Epic Storm. Definitely fast enough against Ant. So we will do that to the for signs, so to speak. So I think I did that correctly. The main deck feels real good. I like I said, I threw against the Grixis player, and we just played against the one unwinnable matchup, unfortunately. There is one unwinnable matchup. Luckily, he doesn't play during our time slot. Is Martin Med Mitten usually plays Ruby Storm. That matchup is probably very difficult too. And luckily, he's European, so we for the most part the only times I paired into him was like Sunday afternoon, right, where he didn't play the challenge and I never play the challenge, so that would be like a time that I paired into him, for instance. But yeah, the anything with Rite of Flame, I am very petrified of. Dark Ritual, not so much. We're playing against Mosu. Pretty solid hand, to be honest. Also, for those of you just tuning in now, I'll re-mention here my socials again. And if you're if you want access to my Patreon, what I'm advertising at the moment is at least content to the metagame update that I had previewed earlier. If you subscribe here on Amazon, not using Amazon, if you don't want to use $5 for Patreon, you can use your Amazon subscription, right? And your free Amazon subscription and subscribe to my Twitch channel here. And then I think we want to do this. Yeah, you want to subscribe to my Twitch channel and then what is it called? I will give access to the. All right, that is a hell of a hand. I'm gonna have a protected kill here. I didn't play the glimpse because I don't actually want to accidentally to draw into the. I don't want to accidentally draw into the crater hoof, right? Uh, Likely on 8 cast, but I mean you never know, right? Dubs or Celtics? Great question, Sadra. I am personally rooting for the Celtics because of two of my friends. Namely, shout out to Adam Wallace, who's a Celtics fan, and my buddy Jonathan Zhang, who's in his honor right here, will hashtag, exclamation mark blue. But Jonathan Zhang also has money riding on the Celtics because of a bet he made a few weeks ago to win the championship. So obviously, they're people I talk to, if not every day, almost every day via our Reclaimer Cabal. So for those of you who don't know, I pitched my ideas off a few notable other players of various backgrounds, and then in their interest, I would be rooting for the Celtics. Um, I think the Warriors also have punished my Clippers, enough years in the past. There is some bitterness with that too, but obviously if they win, then hats out to the Warriors. I think here I definitely want the Caracas. I think they're on 8 cast. Here's the second oof, notably being relevant. I think the Progenitus feels too slow, and then we can. Oops, wrong one. I think we can keep one endurance. The Bog. Do I want Bog in this matchup? Probably not. And I think the Snuff Out is good. So let's try that. I don't think I have time to bog these 8 cast players. Also, they're gonna be like, WTF, right? We played 2 collectors. We draw a land, it's like real good. If we don't, maybe not. I think we ride it. Oh my god, okay. So I know what we're playing against now. Notably misboarded against this deck. Somewhat. I think we're gonna get got right now by Dark Ritual Agent. Wow. Alright, they didn't have it. I honestly thought we were gonna just get got right there. Like turn one nothing is like strange to me. I think they boarded in the combo for reasons I am not sure about. Because our deck does not really use a graveyard, right? Better fetch now, and I actually think the correct move here is to main phase the Reclaimer, and that's for multiple reasons, right? If they randomly have Sudden Edict, or if they just like agent us in response, we just like get completely annihilated. Sure. I don't think we care about the damage, to be honest. Well, there's the opposition agent that we were petrified of. Some reason unbeknownst to me, they decided. What the heck? Alright, I'm gonna do this. They tapped out for a. I don't think they know this matchup. Like, the agent is insane against us. Obviously, they could still have Dark Ritual, which is what I'm afraid of. But if they do, they do, right? Like, I'm not gonna play around that. I mean, like, if they have the Dark Ritual, they have it. Yeah. What did they exile? The hoof? Alright. That's not the end of the world. Yeah, Sager. I'm like kind of scared of this deck to be. What the heck? Why are they attacking? What is going on? 3, 9, 11. It doesn't make any sense why they're attacking. I mean, they could have duplicates, obviously. Sure. I'm not gonna block. Feels like they have another agent or another like Bob or whatever. Okay, they have multiple Bobs. It's now or never for us. Nice. That is an excellent draw. We have to have enough blockers to hold back their assault here, right? Like, also notably, our hoof is out of the deck. Actually, I gotta be careful here. They have we can't block all. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6 creatures. We tap here, we go to 2 and potentially not get there. Don't think we want to make that mistake. Actually, cancel. Ooh. Oh my god, I forgot. It's a little bit awkward. The hoof is out of our deck. But what we also notably awkward. We cannot actually pay the life. Oh, actually, it doesn't even hit the agent. I take that back. I take that back. Awkward, awkward, awkward. Cut would help, yeah. Why did I bring in Snuff on this matchup? What am I? Oh, I know why. I thought I boarded for the wrong deck. So the thing here is, if they have Engineer, we probably lose anyways, right? I don't think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess just enough. Yeah, if they have Engineer, we probably just lose anyway. So I think let's keep going. Oops, cancel. Sure, I guess. And then pass. I think. Oops, I should have. Yeah, I messed up. Actually, we need the blockers anyway, so that's fine. Sure. Are they gonna run everything in? Is the question. Bob is our main out. I don't know if that's the case. I'm trying to think here, what to do. I don't think Bob is, well, I mean they didn't even, like, yeah. We have to block Bob. That's the other thing though, right? Well, I guess let's see. We could do that. And then I guess technically do this, and then we triple block that. Oops. We can't attack anymore, so they would have to draw 3 cards. Most of their cards are 2s and 4s. It probably doesn't get there. So I actually think it's correct to take the Bobs off the board. Actually, no, Sadra's right. We should have gone for the out because I forgot that we can't win the next turn, right? Like this is a, yeah. So we're just dead. That was just a misplay by me. Now at least we can board correctly. But I think Bob was out because the hoof was gone. Um, I think now we can just board correctly. I don't think I actually like Murder's Cut. Notably very good in this matchup. Let me see my sideboard map. How do I board here? I think the Glimpse of Natures are bad, yeah. And then why do we have so many cards? Snuff Out's bad. I guess the oof that I guess we had two more cards, right? The Mindbreak traps. So do we want Grist in this match? I think we do. The Collector Oof I actually don't think is great. Well, they like randomly boarded in the Helm combo, but I just think that's bad against us. Well, actually, okay, let me drink. Oh, the Shepherds are bad. Well, actually, no. The Shepherds can get wins here. I think this is a situation now we still have too many cards. Yeah, let's try it like this. I think we still have too many cards in this matchup. But yeah, Sage is correct. That was our only out. This is good. Keep. Dark Ritual 3-drop is like the scariest thing that I'm afraid of, and we got by that. I think here there's no real reason not to get the Bayou. I feel like that we're gonna get Op Agent into whatever here, so I'm not gonna Green Sun. Another thing that's possible is like Engineer off the Dark Ritual. Yeah, see, I had a feeling. Sure. What the heck is going on? Thank you for the follow. If they have Engineer too, it's just something we live with. It's hard to be both Agent and Engineer on the same board. I think Force of Vigor is a blank against Storm. At least against Ant. Oh, we snap block that. Actually, hold on. So we know about the sudden edict that we need to play around now, but that's not gonna get there for them. I think the next step is the Green Sun pour Gris to play around edict. I mean, they just got straight up sloppy, right? Like, why even attack there? Of course, I'm gonna take the trade, right? Like, all right, that makes no sense. But all right. Anyways, I feel like our opponent punted here, right? Like maybe we still win anyways, but they just opened the door right up for us and we walked through it. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break to use a rest. I'll be back in a minute. So here's the list that we're playing tonight. Is okay? Let me see what's going on here. I meant oof against Storm. Ambiguous syntax. She also pressures their 3 drops pretty effectively. Which 3 drops out of Storm, Sadra? Or do you mean? Oh, actually, I think you're talking about out of the deck we just played against. I actually didn't think having use a restroom, because that's where all the great ideas are from, right? Um, Having used a restroom, I think actually this was not running the depths version. We didn't see Hexmate or Dark Depths or Urborg, so I think they were just running the Helm combo main deck, for what it's worth. And I think the correct line that plays around a few different things is to actually Green Sun the following turn for Collector Oof, because I think um, Voidwalker into Helm is probably the only way we lose from there. Obviously, they could like theoretically, have enough things to chain and get the Progenitors off the board, but I don't think so actually. They threw the game when they thought we weren't going to block, and I think it's something. I think they're thinking too much. Oh, the opponent's gonna lose 3 creatures. I don't really think of it that way. I think of it as in who cares about the card disadvantage when you just unlock the most powerful card in my deck, or at least the most game-winning card is probably the best way I can think of. We played against this person earlier. I think this was a GNT player, if I remember correctly. That what is it called? Made a few mistakes against us round 1 of the previous league. So here, if they are on DNT, I will lead with a Green Sun. But even without, think the hand like kind of dictates towards playing to a turn 2 glimpse anyways. Obviously, if they have combo, I will regret it because I wanted to collect a oof turn 2. But I think this was the DNT player, yeah. So they swords, that's okay. I think here we probably just play a few dorks. And I think there's a argument to be made to not do anything here. It's probably correct. I want to glimpse next turn no matter what. So I think the line here is to do nothing. Obviously they have a spirit, we have the answer. Interesting. I thought they had 2, but that's a good observation, Sadra. Thanks for pointing that out. I think the line here is so I could play the 3 creatures, but the problem is that I don't have any fodder for the glimpse. We have to deal with the spirit. I probably just pass, to be honest. Oh god. Interesting that they chose 1. Obviously this changes my line now, right? Not afraid of natural order. Very interesting. I think the only thing here that we're afraid of is like GTA equip and let's like hit us for a lot. I think with that logic, we're just gonna leave up the Baseju. Actually, I should have played the Cradle. If you want to waste it, that's okay. But that plays around the. Oh my god, that's a mistake by me. Hey Tony, how's it going? I mean, I guess it's a nice like. Uh, there's no moral victories, I guess, right? I mean, we still got slaughtered in that game 3. Good to see you here, Tony. Actually, I'm surprised that you don't have mod access. I'll give you mod access, Tony. Yeah, I misplayed here. I should have played the Cradle because that allows me to cast the or activate Baseju in case they have GTA equip. It's a corner case, I know, but like it's probably one of the ways we lose. Sure. Yeah, that was a misplay by me. I should have played the Cradle because we have the Reclaimer anyways. Although, to be fair, they go land drop um, Skyclave into a Wasteland, then this kind of feels bad, right? What are you doing? Oh, they must have a Solitude. That's the only explanation for that attack. Oh, thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. That's very kind words of you, for sure. I think we do this and pass. Yeah, I was saying to our league, unfortunately, I paired into you a lot, and obviously, your deck is probably the deck I'm most afraid of right now. Sure. So they did have the Jute, for whatever that's worth. Been a mod. No worries. Oh, this could be just a huge blowout right now because I'm gonna attack, fetch, hit the GT, and then just like kill everything, right? Obviously, they could have Solitude, but I think if they did, that's fine. We're not losing anything. Feels like a misplay by them, but I think they probably had a Solitude. No, I think you rated me before, Tony, so definitely appreciate that. So here, I think they're gonna panic that I blocked their thing, and then they're gonna pitch the Solitude, or maybe they have the yeah. There you go. I mean, like that's fine. We kind of expected. They telegraphed it too with a random attack, right, into our 1/2 and our one and our reclaimer. So that's fine. They lost a flicker miss for no reason. I think here we don't want to expose the Cradle. So I'm just gonna play this and pass. Yeah, for sure. Like, and the secret, Tony, also is like, as an elf player right now, I don't really want to play Leyline. Obviously, like there's some that will, but it's like it doesn't map well for me personally at the moment because um, that you just have too much graveyard hate, right? Like I don't need to beat Reanimator by any more than I already do, if that makes sense, right? Like the other day I 5-0'd and I beat Reanimator 3 times, so like not the least afraid of Reanimator. Granted, that's with duress though. So like maybe you swap that out for lane line and then you get some points against Tony Scapone, so to speak. But I would have to think about that. Obviously, that makes me worse against show and tell. So you can't beat everything. And at the moment, I've elected to not to just lose to TEG and TES and be favored against Doomsday, be favored against show and tell, be favored against Reanimator. I have not run into the car at all, for what it's worth, Sadra. Why are they attacking again? What is going on? Oh, I know, because they're the spirit, right? Like. What do they hit? Oh, okay. They're gonna hit. Yeah, that's fine. So, not looking great for us here, personally. Unfortunately, our opponent knew what we were on for the first match, but I guess we did as well. Um, and their hand lined up pretty well against ours. They had the old swords your turn one play into turn two spirits, so we weren't able to do anything relevant. Again, I'm not really afraid of this matchup. Maybe I lose to it, but it's rare. Oh my god. Sure. I mean, I don't think that really matters at this point, but it could because of the. I mean, they're gonna hit our Shepherd here, but I don't think that really matters. Our Shepherd's like one of the worst cards in this matchup. All right. Looks like we're gonna lose this game one here. Happens. I still would bet on myself to win games 2 and 3. Like to win this matchup. Like if I have to put money on it. Sure. To be honest, I'd partially be tempted to just attack with the spirit there, but I get why they didn't. All right, they got it. So, I think for those, actually, I'm gonna post it here again. Here's my social accounts. For those of you who want the inside scoop to my Patreon, namely the metagame update. Again, a subscription here on Twitch would get you that. Most are ATM. What do you mean by ATM, Tony? So here, second oof actually has text, which is cool. This card is nuts against DNT. We didn't have the hand for it obviously, but yeah, it means that they just really cannot win turn one, game one. Now, I mean, obviously something like this could happen where you draw multiple glimpses and they have spirit, but for the most part, I feel favored. Did we miss anything? I don't think we want the crop. I think creatures are just good enough. Thank you for the subscription, Unbanned Mental Misstep. Make sure to sync to. Well, actually, just message me after this, and then I'll get you set it up with the Patreon. What is it called? The articles I have on my Patreon on Bad Mental Misstep. Thank you for the subscription for sure. So I'm advertising that now for those of you who are curious. He's just joking around. It's not for you. He's just saying to do that at the moment, since that matchup is hard, right? But but yeah, I will make sure to contact me. Actually, yeah. So that's good. Let's go with the druid. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate that. Yeah, so I did mention also like Tony is a nice guy despite bullying me all the time. I think here, let me think. If they have turn 2 spirit, yeah, I'm gonna hedge a little bit against that. I want to be able to take it off the board with the green sun. So that is why I've kept the Zenith in my hand, right? Also, it could just be relevant for like a Wirewood next turn, right? If I draw well, if they don't have the spirit. I suspect it's spirit though. They have 4, and I know it's a Yori on deck, but they usually have it. Like they didn't have turn 1 removal, which means it's got to be turn 2 hate bear. It could be priest, I guess, but oh, interesting. All right, that's kind of interesting. So the reason why I didn't bounce the Visionary is because I want to, unlock the full potential of the. All right, take care, Tony. Thanks for hopping by. Thank you, appreciate it. You take care. Always a pleasure. I think here. Oh my god, this is just. Alright, this is not a game anymore. It's sloppy, but I don't care enough to change it. What I'm doing here. There's no way they block. I mean, they could, I guess. I doubt it. Probably not. There's too many good cards, right? I don't even think I need that. Sadrian, when's my next real tournament? That's a good question. I haven't played Paper Magic really, like a tournament in years, since pre-pandemic. I think as far as online, I was planning to play the next Showcase Challenge. That's like a few weeks from now. I don't play the normal I don't play the normal Legacy challenges though for just because usually Sunday is like family day, right? Sure. I'm getting a little bit sloppy here, obviously. I just don't think they can beat us from this board state. So trying to maximize time without giving up a loss. Obviously, if I cared more, right, or like if there was like I don't know a 5-0 on the line or something, I may take an extra 5 seconds or whatever to do it cleanly, but I don't think it really matters here. Or obviously in a tournament setting, I would definitely not cut corners so to speak. I just figured I should mention it in case it's relevant because um, for anybody trying to learn the deck, right? Like don't be sloppy. Do as I say, not as I do. Um, Again, I mentioned this a few times. If your opponent is not bouncing their visionaries, you're probably dead. There's no reason to reveal the murderous cut. Also, you know, I'm almost more happy lately because I've seen like other people doing well with the deck. Two last week it was Inigo and Yuri that top eighted the same challenge, and then on Saturday, I'm really happy for Kieran on his birthday weekend to get his first top eight with Reclaimer elves, so or Cradle Control, right? He top aided a paper event, but first online challenge with it, and I know he had been on the doorsteps, so to speak. In the weeks prior, he would lose his winning in, for instance, right? And then Unfortunately, not make top 8, but I'm very happy for Testacular. I think the sideboard here we've mapped pretty well. So kudos to Testac. Honestly, what I wanted to do was do a review stream with him, but again, he is on vacation right now for his birthday, so I'm hoping he has a lot of fun. I know he's in Vegas, so get drunk, right? Obviously. Um, and then once he's back, maybe we'll do a review stream. So if he had not been in on his birthday weekend, we probably would have done one already. Probably even today or yesterday, or sorry, yeah, today, yesterday, or tomorrow. But this is perfectly fine. So they go to 5, which is good for us. Obviously, we're gonna keep Mo's hands. I think that's kind of the philosophy of this deck, where like we've gone away from ley lines for more flexible disruption in additional discard. Because this is still a critical mass deck at the end of the day. It's very much, I know, like people often make fun of this deck. They're saying it's a turn 4 deck or whatever. It's not really, right, because you still need a critical mass of cards, and your turn 3 natural is actually very consistent, even through disruption a lot of times. Ooh, that's a really annoying card, actually. Yeah, Inigo has been working really hard. So I'm actually very happy for Inigo as well. Okay. I think here, I'm probably just gonna play the Reclaimer. That's fine. And then, like, obviously we could fetch the Din, but I didn't really like exposing both of my fetches to waste. I mean, like, not having a second fetch for Wasteland down the road. Sorry, not having another fetch for Bayou, but I think that could have been fine. Interesting sequencing here from our opponent. No reason to play this out. Doesn't do anything. Yeah, Yorick is very good. Save draw. Maybe our opponent will run into the Bayou here. Some people do with onboard Reclaimer. This is hugely relevant because now we have turn 3 Slam Grist. If we want to, be mana inefficient, that's fine with us, right? And then we just like run away with the game here. That just does not make any sense. Because it's like you can do it on your turn before I untap. There's really no reason to do it there. I think our opponent just got the itch. Sure. Here we're gonna take down, notably. And the reasoning is they're probably gonna put Cauldra, and we don't want them to Cauldra equip Jite. You know what I mean? That's like the line that I'm probably most afraid of here. I would expect, yeah. So they got the Jite out, Batter Skull. It's even worse. Why did they? What? All right. Notably, we're out of fetchables, so I would just play the Cradle. It doesn't really matter. Um, plus or minus? Probably minus. I don't want them to have a Battle Skull. Like who knows what's going on here? It can't be in hand. They revealed the Battle Skull. Sadra. Maybe they boarded up by accident. It just really doesn't make any sense. That's not a great card, so that's okay. In case they have a GT, a containment freeze, I will. No worries, Sadra. I will play and block bounce. That is something to play around there. Sure. Card with no text against it. Well, I guess some text against that, right? Like. That cage is killing us. Actually, I didn't mess up. It's fine. It's the same. Now it's really killing us, the cage. It's like we have dead fetches, which is awkward. There's like, it's actually a little bit scary, the current board state. I plus the grist because I want to, get going on our. I plus the grist because I wanted to get going on our glimpse, but we whiffed. We have a couple out. We have 2 outs, 2 Besages to the cage. Oh, it's the Batter Skull coming down now. Actually, they can't cast it, which is kind of funny, right? Alright, that's fine. I guess they thought we were going to have stuff. Okay, there's the Besage. Again, like I said, even after losing game 1, I felt confident I was going to win games 2 and 3. And I didn't get a chance to tune into Jason and John Ryan Hamilton's stream for DNC. But if I did, one of the questions I was going to jokingly ask was, I've been reading I read on the DNT Discord that they think the matchup is even. And I've seen some users think it's close to even, and I would like to ask, who are these elf players that need to lose their Cradle license? Because I think I have lost to Peacekeeper exactly once in my life, out of DNT. I've lost to plenty of times out of Espervile, before Grist when they had a main deck as well. But yeah, I have not. I've only lost I think to it once out of DNT, and that was because they used it as a fog, just because they had lethal on the following turn. But typically you can grind through a Peacekeeper, and just like draw into multiple removal spells or whatnot, right? And if you have Cabal Pit, it's just easy mode, right? Obviously, I don't even run Cabal Pit because I just don't think it maps very well at the moment. Because ideally, I want Cabal Pit to be good against Delver, and it hasn't been in a long time. Not since, I guess, Modern Horizons 2. Because DRC is an X3, so what are you really killing, right? Like just a Delver? No, this to be fair, Sadra, this was before. This is even excluding Prague main, right? Like, uh, I still would bet on myself to beat DNC. All things considered, we were playing against Aplap. I think they're a Delver player, so I'm excited to play this match. I believe I have fixed this matchup now for the elves from the elf side. Like I think before we were kind of not in a great position, but I think here I think I'm just gonna slam Reclaimer, like make them have an answer, right? If they don't, they're not killing Reclaimer the rest of the game. Okay, so they are on a Tundra deck, which heavily favors us. They've already lost the game, in my opinion. Like, you let this untap? That's fair, Seja. Yeah, we hadn't got anything for them aside from Baseju, and besides that, we hadn't really had anything for them really in a long time. Sometimes Force of Vigor, right? Like if the meta game is like right, like it was for Eternal Weekend, and notably Shepard is just laughably bad against them. We'll see if my theory is true. Turn one, unanswered Reclaimer. Is that just game over? Is that just game over? Esper. Interesting. It's too late. You've already. The damage is done. The damage is done. I think here I'm tempted to go into and protect the symbiote. Obviously, well, yeah, I think that's fine. This way, they just play like really bad. Like they're in a tough spot the rest of the game, right? Like with the Shepherd protector here. Obviously, they could have engineer, which would be awkward. Sure. I think the line here is. Oh my god, that is a game losing mistake. Too many options here. I'm maximizing mana. If we draw the. Ooh, rewarded. If we draw the Grist, so be it. Sequencing here, huge, right? Like you gotta. No, like I think a lot of L players just do not sequence it correctly, and they lose a lot of games as a result. Like you have to be able to glimpse without thinking, if that makes sense. Like I think that's the level of proficiency needed. All right. They are on Esper colors. What did they do? Ending. Didn't cast any creatures. I feel like this is a Thoughtseize matchup. We didn't see any creatures, and I'm willing to bet my life, or actually maybe not my life, my Magic career, that they have some number of engineers post board, probably 3 to 4. Like that's what these black decks like to do, right? They just like to you know, multi-engineer, so to speak, if that makes sense. And I think we want to be able to punish that sort of line with discard. We saw a Snapcaster. Maybe the bog's like okay. I don't love it to be honest, but probably better than what we have. Removal, I think I typically just rely on the Gris. I don't really love any of these other cards. Esper is not a color configuration we typically run. Um, Otherwise, there is some merit for boarding in endurances if they were like bug colors or whatever, right? But I think we're okay with this. Typically, I want to minimize the damage to engineer post board because every you know fair black mage is running like four. Not great, but I think we keep. Really, I think they just lost the game on turn one when they didn't answer the Reclaimer. It's the best creature in the deck by a mile. I think they're thinking about the Shepherd and the Reclaimer. Really, they should consider this card, Rangers as well. But we'll see. Our hand is like pretty good if we draw a land. We don't, not as good, obviously. That is probably the worst pick they could have had. Well, actually, Wildwood would have been worse. I think here. I think here we leave with a Reclaimer. Obviously, they have removal. They get it off the board, but I don't think that's completely bad. We're playing around with Wasteland in case they have randomly have it here. Sure, for sure, yeah. Yeah, they're gonna plow that for sure. Yeah, there you go. Nice. I think here we're just gonna like sequence properly. We're gonna. Oh my god, that was a miss. I clicked on the wrong creature here. Not the end of the world though, because we have the Burst Lord. Significantly worse significantly worse here. The engineer. If they engineer here. I don't think they saw the. Yeah, they didn't see the Gris. So they know about the Wirewood. Oh, I think that might just be game. Obviously, they can like. I don't think they have running bolt, but like, I'm gonna tick up here. Ooh, that's really good too. Actually, I think that's fine. A little bit punish here, right? Like, I want to fetch Bayou, but then now because I fetched wrong earlier, I get punished if I don't fetch black, right? I'm sorry. I want to fetch Arbor, but I'm a little bit punished here. not the end of the world given that we have the Burst Lord, but I don't really want to rely on that. For sure, Sadra. Aurora just doesn't line up well against the green decks anymore, in my opinion. Like, they all have Caracas, they all have Reclaimer, they all have Endurance. Sure. Just I don't think it lines up very well. Sure. Well, there's a land at least. Probably. Maybe that's okay. Yeah. I don't think they're gonna block. They could have Prismatic Ending, but I think I'm just gonna like, you know, be content just doing that. For sure, for sure. We could have minus there, to be honest, and then we could have won. I just don't think I like that game plan. Notably, the Thoughtseize got milled, which is would have been an okay draw. I'm surprised we haven't got engineered yet. Our board is notably a little bit weak to that. Also, the Strix is really annoying right now because eventually the Grist will die. If they had, if we had traded, we could have ticked down, go to 1, kill the Grist. But I don't think that's what I really want to do. We beat down two creatures actually. I think it's everybody but that. Well, let me see. What am I afraid of? Hull Breacher? Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, there's that, I guess. Rely on the aggro plan here. probably get this. What is that? Ponder? Sure. Hey, how's it going? The real X Whale's in the house. Shout out to Will Kruger. Isn't your big Mox event coming up, Will? I forget. I keep forgetting what day is that. We are currently 2-0 in this league. We went 3-2, but you know we got paired also into the epic gamble like we always do. Hopefully, I saw a couple of your tweets, Will. Hopefully, the vintage testing, cube testing is going well. June 18th. Okay, so I guess 2 weekends away. Definitely still excited to watch you and some of the other, what's call it, qualified players play. So that's going to be awesome. How's your prep coming along? I think it's modern, right, for the other format? Oh, what's going on with Cube that makes it wild right now? They probably bash both, and then yeah. For those who don't know, X Whale, the real X Whale, not the imposter. We haven't caught who that is yet, but uh, Will Kruger qualified for the Magic Online Championship Series via draft, uh, or sealed, I should say. And I think that's actually one of the coolest ways to qualify for the Mox event. And then an elite talent slash player. Also, for those of you who don't know, he Will's also the person who urged me to try Lair of the Hydra. Because I essentially didn't get a chance to when it got spoiled slash printed. And Lair of the Hydra, even though it's got overshadowed by Besage now, definitely still an option as a 1-0 tutor target. And the other thing about Lair is, what was I gonna say? Definitely had its 2 or 3 weeks of fame, right? Oh, for sure. Yeah, I wouldn't ask you for the details, especially not on. Oh my God, why? I wouldn't ask for the details on what's it called on a public server, obviously with so much stakes. If anything, I'd just ask you in private. For sure, thank you. I appreciate that, Will. The engineer nobly taking all our insects off the board here. I think they're gonna take. Oh my God, this is bad. I think they're gonna take our grist off the board. We have just drawn blanks for the last, I don't know how many turns. A natural order, well, they probably have force in hand, to be fair. Yeah, it's dangerous, right? If I remove it, they just lose the game. If they attack with both Strix. Also, it could be telegraphed. I mean, we're not going to play around force anyways if we have natural order. But it could be telegraphed that they don't have it. Well, actually, force doesn't even help, right? Because they lose a life, ironically. Yeah, so they would just straight up lose if we have removal spell right now. Yeah, wow, not playing around the removal. Maybe they don't have a choice though. Alright, that's pretty good. Let's see what's up. Ponder. Alright, we don't care about the hymns. I think we're okay if they want to balance one of our creatures. I don't think we particularly care. I'll take the Ponder. Yeah, for sure. That makes sense. Well, Oh, is this a buddy of yours? That's funny. They actually tried to STP a Shepherd earlier when we had Wirewood out, which is a big oof, right? I think this is the Pioneer emblem, right? Yeah. Flooded Strand. So we know their hand. Well, except one card, I guess. So what's coming out here? Maybe it's Teferi and Bounce. Probably Bounce the Arbor, draw. Yeah, for sure, Will. Like, if you're not playing, if you don't know the interactions, it's actually very not intuitive too, right? Ideally, I actually had somebody, obviously, new, unfamiliar with the matchup. They made the same mistake in the on stream, in the same game, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, ideally, you only make that mistake once. The hymns in their hand, so there's no point of holding. Okay, so natural order really off the top here is lethal now. Obviously, I get it if you make the mistake later on. Yeah, it usually is subsequently what's it called? It usually follows with a shame concede, right? So we have 38, and then oh my god, I didn't even think about that, but that's clever. Yeah, I love Hint to Torok too. That is one of my cards I enjoy playing with. They're gonna take this off the board. Actually, if I were them, I'd probably take the Arbors, but that's reasonable. And then they have to fade natural order still, and we have about 10% chance, a little less. Yeah, that's a sweet line that I didn't consider, but definitely sweet for sure. Him elves win. That's like honestly, I would consider playing at least testing for fun. Mind Twist if it ever got unbanned. Ooh, that's a good draw. Ooh, Reclaimer is really good here. And no reason to attack. I know. Actually, my brother's real casual deck before played one of each of the arts, which is kind of cool, right? All right, so it looks like it's gonna take the swords. We have not drawn gas at all this game, and I think now we're probably in trouble. Obviously, we still have some, the eraser, as I call it, right? Natural order, but we're gonna run out of turns here before they draw a force. We don't, but it's something I've run in the past. Will the reason why I don't run the Cabal Pit at the moment is because ideally, if I run the card, I would like it to line up well against Delver, and DRC being an X3 is kind of awkward. So not at the moment, unfortunately. In the past, it's been able to kill like Pyromancer or Delver, but I think I don't think it's worth it just to kill Engineer, where we can just bypass it with Progenitus or whatever, right? Kind of a dangerous attack by our opponent earlier, but I guess they have the Snapcaster, right? When they attack with the Strix. That, I guess, gives away that they have disruption, but I guess it doesn't matter in this case. Okay, there. Oh no. Oh, it's gonna be a Kolaghan's command. You have got. Oh, okay, that's right, because of the Teferi. That makes sense, but brutal. Man. So they have a second hymn here. So we're actually cut off another draw. But that's a sick line though, like for sure. And one that I've not had happen to me in a while. Yeah, the Teferi line hit there was pretty clutch, and something I didn't even consider. But now I know about it, right? Okay, so they're gonna him this out of my hand. That's fine. I think going well. The reason why I took the ponder was I didn't want them to see three cards, but maybe I should have taken the fairy, right? Oh my god, they're gonna. Yeah, so I think learning from this match here, I'd probably take the Teferi. They're playing, I think Thomas Mars deck from Four Seasons event. But I think yeah, I'll learn in the future to. I think we're just stone dead here. Obviously, we could thin, I guess, but I guess there's no reason. All right. I don't think it matters. I think we're just dead regardless. But let's see. Power force that. Yeah. All right. On to game 3. I think the way we boarded was fine. I don't really like endurance against a Strix deck, right? And in hindsight, maybe we take the ponder and the game is different. But lesson learned, which is the good thing, right? Usually, at least not. I haven't really seen many decks with engineer plus Teferi, so something to keep in mind for sure. Usually, it's these Grixis decks, right? But now we know. I think this is fine. Definitely the most interesting match I think so far tonight. Like at least from our opponents' perspectives, some pretty cool plays. And at least for us, something to be aware of in the future. So the visionary is good. I think we just like see what's up turn 1. Snapcaster and Swords to Plowshares. I think we probably just take the swords for well, I don't well yeah, I think we just take the swords here, right? I want to go turn 2 visionary and then hopefully chain into some relevant cards. General thumb, L's typically does not care about force. They want to force our card, they can. That's pretty good. Oh, the nice thing is we have the natural bog too, which like turns it off from the Snapcaster. Something that I had not really considered, but gonna be real. Oh my god, that is a disaster. Yeesh. Okay, end step brainstorm means that they probably don't have anything relevant and want some disruption, if I were to guess. Like their hand is probably slow after we took the swords. They should have played the Tarn for whatever it's worth. Sure, that's decent. This might draw a force because of the visionary. Yeah. So they forced a Strix, which is fine. I think I'm gonna go ahead and sequence correctly. Play the Reclaimer and then hit and bog them. Alright, so here, notably, the Snapcaster is off at least another turn. And we've set ourselves up for, what's it called? Natural or the following turn. Let's see what our opponent does here. I feel like they might... Okay, that's fine. Reasonable. I think here we're just gonna... We don't actually care about the Teferi, I think. And we just put... Well, do we... Yeah, I guess we don't. That might be game, yeah. Usually these control decks don't have Toxic Deluge or anything like that anymore. It's usually just like all in on Engineer. And if you can get past the Engineer or just like disarm or they don't draw it, then this thing is like a monster. Figuratively and literally. Yeah, so far so good this league. Obviously we're skidding by, so to speak, on 2-1s. I don't even remember what this was against, but we unfortunately lost game 1 to DNC, which is not characteristic of the matchup. And then I think I can take a quick restroom break. I'll be right back. I'll show the list again, but 2 more wins and maybe we can get the 5-0, right? Hey, Unbanned. Yeah, low key, actually, Reanimator I think is one of the better matchups for L's, at least as currently constructed. Um, Obviously we have less discard, and then like if there's like Mindbreak Trap or something, then it's a little bit worse. But I think 4 Endurance coupled by 6 discard and then 4 Reclaimer is a lot for them to have to fight through post board. I think I recently played against Eric on the way to a 5-0, and then obviously they win game 1 because you don't have anything besides just the 1 of Endurance. Sometimes you get lucky and You just happen to have the natural reclaimer turn one, and you're on the play. But for the most part, you should be losing game one and should be favored games two and three. Obviously, sometimes they can, win one of the post board games, but my record against Reanimator tends to be pretty good, even without Leyline. And then with Leyline, it's just a nightmare for them. The issue with Leyline is it's not that great against Ant, which I personally think is the best combo spell-based combo deck at the moment. Also, Leyline is not good against Show and Tell, and just to bring up the Moto MTG Goldfish. Excuse me. So here's my browser. These are the top 10 decks right now, according to at least popularity, according to MTG Goldfish. And the spell-based combo decks are there's Ant, Sneak and Show, and Doomsday, and Leyline is just not good against any three of them, right? Like it's okay against Ant, but not great. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Actually, low key, what's it called? Cyrus, was at my LGS not too long ago, and he borrowed my Ant deck, and yeah, he was already splashing for Ave. I mean, I built the deck for him, but I was missing Boseiju at the time. But I thought the list was pretty sweet. It ran, I think, 3 Boseiju total, if I remember correctly. Maybe it might have been even 4. It was one of the main deck, and I don't remember it was 2 or 3 in the sideboard. But yeah, Boseiju, shout out to Jax, has completely, I think, revolutionized the, what is it called? What I call Golgari combo, right? Like Elves, Ant, and Turbo Depth and Smog, those 4 decks, because it deals with almost everything they care about while being a land drop, right? Like that's what makes it unique. Um, Also, notably, Decay has just aged very poorly. So, you don't really have to hit a creature anymore, right? Before it'd be like, I don't know, Meddling Mage or something, right? That's probably the only one that you care about, but it hits Counterbalance, it hits, Chalice, hits 3 ball, notably for 2 mana. So a big, big boon to Golgari combo decks. Also, speaking of which, tomorrow, for those of you who follow me, here's my socials again. I will be releasing an article from my Patreon 2 weeks ago for free because I think this is a mole, by the way. I think it's worth reading for a lot of people because I give a lot of credit to the community in terms of some of the ideas that I got from other archetypes and decks. This is a keep. I think we put the once. Ooh, actually, the arbor's real bad. I go over some of the innovations I get from other decks. So I go over innovations from the Sylvan Syndicate, which is like the Green Sun Reclaimer decks. I go over the innovations I got from like Golgari combo decks, which elves share some similarity in play patterns with. And then there is some similarity with some tribal decks, but fundamentally speaking, that's probably the least. Only because they tend to be Aether Vial decks, and we're kind of like constructed way differently. Oof. But yeah, I can give a sample even later on stream for those of you who missed it or just want a preview of what it's like to subscribe to my Patreon, what kind of articles I write. But that one I'm just gonna give for free because I think it's just a useful read, and in general, the Legacy community, I've gotten ideas from other decks and archetypes. So just wanted to give some credit and let it be known, right? It's kind of weird to give credit, but then that's behind a paywall. So yeah, so be on the lookout, I guess, for that tomorrow. Um, are there legs to a tempo deck? Probably. The thing though is like the UR build, the Delver build right now just I think is okay in 2 colors. So that would for some reason it lost like Murktide and just needed another good threat, or lost DRC, then maybe. But it doesn't really uh, make sense right now for them to run 3 colors. but definitely a consideration. I think Vista is like interesting. I feel like they might be on that Stifle Stoneforge deck, but I mean I could be wrong. We get super punished, but if they have Wasteland for the Cradle, so I think I'm just gonna play it safe, and there's really no reason to run the Cradle out here, and just play the Visionary. Awkwardly drew a useless card. I do want to kind of play like a blue green like Reclaimer Earl deck. That seems to be pretty cool. You build around Saga. For those brewers out there who want who don't have any ideas that they want to try, for sure, Murktide with Reclaimer. Yeah, one of the big strengths of Reclaimer is just like being a random Goyf, right? When you just don't need a special land. Um, and the most broken land that is not as built around as elves, obviously, would be Saga. So I think that would probably be some kind of shell, right? Like, looks like it's Kaldra. That's fine. I don't think we actually care about that card. All right. I think here. Yeah, I think here we can just probably like Green Sun first for mana. When I say mana, I'm really meaning symbiote here for the Cradle, right? So this is kind of free. I'm gonna attack. I don't expect to be blown out by Gut Shot here. All right, that's fair enough. We're gonna go. We can take two more hits, so I'm not super concerned yet. Obviously, a GT here is a big problem. I think they got Caldra though. I could be wrong. Yeah, they did. All right. We're setting up for the old turn. Is it 5 or 4? 4 glimpse. Our hand was not great, but and we're drawing not that great, but I think we still are okay here. We can take. We get minimum 2 more turns, as currently presented. Cause what's going on here? Let's see. Oh, that's bad. That is bad now. Oh, never mind. I thought that was gonna be a GTA, but that's not too bad. Mm, the one life, ironically, here matters. Hey Dukes, how's it going? It's going good. We are 3-0 in this league, so doing my best here to try to get that 5-0. We went 3-2 in the first league. I punted one match, and we played against Tony Scapone, who actually came by afterwards. Like, generally said some nice things for us and hosted us. But that matchup is like unwinnable, especially against Tony, who is the inventor of the deck, right? I wouldn't expect anything less. So here, it feels like they have upkeep removal, maybe a Brazen Bar. So the interesting thing here is like they decide to attack with the Mystic. Oh, okay. Does that matter? Oh, shoot. Let me think. We can bounce the Shepherd, play the thing. Yeah, I think we want to. Cancel. Wait. So if we do it as currently constructed, we get 3 mana, but we only draw 1. I think we do it. Yeah. They gotta force this if they have it. I don't think they have a choice personally. If they have it, they're supposed to. I think we run this out now. It doesn't really help, but it sort of does. Well, here we're just trying to chain one drops, right? We get a couple more draws with the Cradle, so nice. That's a decent draw. Also, just strong draws all around, actually. Why are they playing Dress Down in their Stoneforge? It seems like that maybe they don't have Wasteland now. Alright, that's fine. I think the big mistake, well, it's not even big, right? Like, they could have a Batter Skull instead of, well, I guess they're going to use a Dress Down, right? There's no reason to attack, so I'm just going to wait. The cool play here is that we have Endurance. We get to draw off the Glimpse. We don't. So we're gonna take 5 here. I don't think we care. And then hopefully our opponent taps out. And then we have lethal with Green Sun. If they don't tap out, it's more dicey. Or dicier is probably the word, right? But yeah, trying to preserve the 5-0 run here, right? And then we're not gonna block. This is our last turn, probably. I mean, sure. We're not playing around Bolt here. They have it, they have it. What is going on? Oh my god. Let's see. Do I want to double once here? Ugh. Man, this is awkward. I think we leave the... I think we want the mana on board. Awkwardly it doesn't work here. Trying to think what we actually care about. I feel like it's the Cradle. Actually, we'll take the Wire one. That could be relevant. So the one's kind of relevant here, but I think we do like this. We can once on their turn. We can't do anything. I don't think we can afford to tap out Star Fox because we want to pump the Shepherd, right? Like, this is gonna be how much is this? Is free. We better just do the bare minimum. There's really no rush here because they don't bolt, right? It's a similar situation the previous game match. If they have stifle, I mean that's I guess that's good deck building. But we can just like trade if need be here, right? With the Cauldra. Notably speaking, we can just run the Reclaimer, right? It's a 3/4. Well, okay, what do we care about here? I think we got it, but you never know. What are they hitting here? All right. In response, I guess I will just pump. And then this is kind of interesting here. Actually, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. I needed to once first to protect the because it's protected by the shepherd, right? I think it's bad personally. Unban mental misstep. I guess it doesn't really. Well, it could matter if they force the once upon a time. That was a misplay by me. I like tunnel vision into like they could suddenly counter this now. I guess we just take the shepherd, two shepherds, right, just in case. Oh, so it's game then. They could have, in theory, addressed down, but now it doesn't even matter, right? Like we even have the Boseiju now. That's like a million. All right. Played pretty well there. We were never really under super pressure. Because again, there's no threat of bolt, right? Based on what we saw, it feels like they're a mid-range deck. So I think I'm gonna keep in the natural order package. Like we didn't see bolt, we didn't see wasteland, we didn't see daze, nothing like that. Um, I don't actually think we care about Stoneforge. They could have a GT though sideboard, so probably keep in the oof. Yeah. The bog didn't seem like it did anything. I don't think we actually want the endurance either, and then we can just cut the heritage. Oops. Hoof for a billion is always fun, for sure. All right, so I gotta decide: do I want to keep in Thoughtseize? I feel like we just want a threats. Um, like the cuts for Stoneforge seem kind of whatever's. Like if we draw this late, this is kind of bad to be honest. Um, Honestly, I don't even think we want a board. Like I feel like our board, our main deck is like pretty good against them already. Maybe keep an endurance. Actually, I think I kind of like the option of the bog. Like you never know, they have Snapcast or something random. This is probably fine. I don't think we need a board. They could have DRC in case that would change how I board here. Like maybe I bring in the endurances. But I think we just want to be a combo deck. Like I don't know, they didn't really interact with us and vice versa, right? I think here there's no reason to miss the first into Green Sun. I mean, they didn't show Wasteland, but you never know. Yeah, that could be reasonable. Unbanned mental miss. That I definitely have boarded in Thoughtseize against these Stoneforge Mystic decks in the past. It's just like I'm not really sure what they're trying to do with their game plan, right? Like they trying to just ride a Cauldra to the finish line. That's probably not gonna get done against elves, to be honest. I could see them having like a supreme verdict though, so that would be a reason to bring like a Thoughtseize. I think here we go like Reclaimer into Wirewood into Visionary and then into Visionary. Like if they have a Static Caster that's like it only kills one creature still, and they can't sweep turn 3 outside of maybe a Kozilek's return. Maybe I should be playing around that, but I feel like I should not in general play around Kozilek's return. Oh god, it might be. That's okay actually. Like that's what I expect to play against. And Reclaimer notably, lives around it. I don't know why they're floating that here. If Inigo were around, I would mention it to him. It's like bad practice, right? The respect for the Reclaimer, I like it. Notably, we've already gotten a few extra draws, so I don't think I care too much. I think we play it safe here and play the basic. It's like you never know when they're gonna have like back to basics or some random thing. Here notably, they don't have verdict or terminus. Then I think we're gonna go with the Reclaimer here. The reason being is because I kind of want to slam Grist next turn anyways. So I don't think I'm likely to bounce. So that's why I'm leading with a Reclaimer. Because if they play a Planeswalker, I can theoretically hit their land and then Reclaimer bash them. For sure. Yeah, if they're playing the small sweepers, I wouldn't expect the big sweepers too, right? It's like one or the other usually. Also here, it could be respect for the Reclaimer too, right? To get it off the board. Yeah. Which I think I'm fine with. If our hand wasn't all lands, granted we built our deck this way to be better against Delver, like we'd be even further ahead potentially. Feels like Static Caster maybe? This is what I mean by they could have both, yeah. This is what I mean by I don't think there's a reason to attack here. I don't want them to have like a Hull Breachers or something random that, and then I force the bounce, right? The 1 damage is not worth it to me. I think they don't have an answer for Gris. Or if they do, it's like really awkward, right? Because they this is how you beat a control deck, by the way. You get a Gris and you try to assemble it, and they can only stop one, right? Yeah, this is the scariest board right now for a control deck with a Gris backed by Visionary. I think they have to take the Gris. EE on 3, sure. I mean, this is just kind of nuts, right? What just what's happening right now? I think we are miles ahead, by the way. Sure, bounce. Oh my god. I think it's game. Okay. It's lethal, by the way. And protected. They do look good, for sure, Sadra. Alright, we are, on the verge of something special. Got that. Oops, what's going on? Did I close that by? Yeah, I closed it by accident. So 4-0. If we win the last one, we'll get the 5-0 on stream, which would be really nice. But we'll see. I think we were just like way ahead the game two. The game one, like technically we had to sweat out Bolt potentially, but I just based on the way that their deck was configured, didn't seem like they were running it. I would expect Prismatic Ending before Bolt. The problem on Bad Mental Misstep is they just never had pressure, right? You can't just let the elf player sit back. They can beat 8. But yeah, we typically are not scared of these control decks. It's just like Dirtle. The scariest matchup I think is the one we played in the round 5 of the first league, which is to the Epic Gamble. That to me is probably the deck I'm most afraid of at the moment. I think the lands matchup. I know on Bad Mental Misstep you play lands. It's a lot better than it was before, and my record against it has been quite good lately. So I think right now, yeah, the Epic Gamble is the scariest deck for us. um, I think Iteration only because it's just standalone, Isadra. But BFF is definitely up there. But I think Iteration would be the best card advantage engine. It's just not as recursive, right? That makes sense. Trying to think what else. I think Galvanic Relay is like really good. Trying to think. I would say Gristlebrand, but I don't really count. It's like a combo, right? It's not really an engine per se. I guess it is, but like I don't really count Gristlebrand. BFF means best friends forever, which we refer to Wirewood Symbiote and Elvish Visionary as. You may see BFF in lingo in like teenage kids or whatnot, or if you're a millennial like me, right? It was used before. So here we're gonna go for the 5-0 on stream. We are playing against Balenciaga and Boba here. I think we have to mold this. Better, but it's kind of bad still. I think we have to keep though. Yeah, I think engine is probably that makes sense. I mean, if you talk about like strict recursive engine, probably Gristle brand if anything, right? Uh oh, Pierce. Oh my God, that's bad for us. I think we just lose now potentially, but hard to say. Yeah, that is a card I do not play around, and I think we're gonna lose. Ugh. I think we probably just lost. Actually, we're in the game now, but pretty behind. If we didn't hit land drop exactly there, we lose because J slams and they're gonna fate seal us. Oh my God, they might just bounce to fairy here. I would just Jace if I were them. I think they will. I mean, Mitchell is a good player, so. Alright, so he's just attacking our mana, which is interesting. I would think Jace, but it's kind of an interesting line. Yeah, we're just too far behind. I think I have an idea of what Mitchell plays. He goes to my he did go to my LGS before. He oops currently doesn't because of an argument with the owner, but that's neither here nor there. He has, yeah. I think there's like some merit to keeping that. That actually that seven was just hideous. It was like a mold of. It was a five land, right? Like I think we're just dead. If we lose the 5-0 here, that would be frustrating or disappointing, I should say. Not frustrating per se, but disappointing. But we're gonna be down a game. Excuse me. The issue is I build the deck to play around typically the more popular cards, right? But also Mitchell is playing this deck that is mostly 2019 cards, aside from like Cauldron, maybe Prismatic Ending. So I definitely got by the Spell Pierce, right? Ugh, this is just really bad for us. Triple blue up is interesting. I know he runs like back to basics, like sort of Sager, right? Like otherwise we would have mulled that hand on a 5 for what it's worth, right? Because my Once Upon a Times are not really replacing lands. It's replacing spells, but every once in a while you get got, right? I do believe we are dead though. Yeah, that's game now. All right, hard mode engage as mentioned. We gotta win both post sport games here. Not impossible. We have done that earlier this league, but Mitchell is also probably better than some of our previous opponents. Um, I don't think I like discard against Mitchell when he's running back to basics. Um, Probably just board in the. I think he has a GTA maybe potentially. Actually, no. I think he probably has Sword of Feast and Famine. That's his like pet card post board. Um, Preemptively getting an oof is like not bad. I think Endurance just as another threat is like not bad. Our board is not very good against his though, for whatever that's worth. So I think I want to do this, but yeah, it is definitely a little soft to the way his deck is constructed. But if we lose, that's okay. Like, definitely enjoyed the second league a lot. And I think we play quite well for the most part. But sometimes this happens. I think here, so Mitchell just asked me what's up because he knows me. I think this is up mulligan. Here we can keep this hand. Yeah, Mitchell just mentioned he's what's called been running hot with the deck. I think here we play it safe. Get the well. Let me think. I think we get the ramp because we want to have visionary here. We didn't get Scapone this time. No, we did not. He tends to run Verdict a lot, so that's something to potentially play around. But then the way he was fetching too is like kind of scary because of back to basics. It's like kind of damned if you do, kind of damned if you don't, right? Like this could be Pierce. Hmm. I feel like I glimpse here though. Yeah, and then now we have the Shepherd online. If he forces it, it's okay for us actually. Here, notably, if they have removal, the correct sequencing is to bounce a Shepherd because you want the Reclaimer to untap. Uh-oh, don't tell me that he's playing Terminus. I think that's fine. Sure. So now at least we know why he kept his hand, right? Like, and I think here we go Shepherd again into Visionary and try to set up a glimpse the following turn. The red splash at least means, or the end of festivities, I should say, means no verdict likely, but because again, we kind of discussed in the previous round, like they don't usually have both. It's like either the generic sweeper or the tempo sweeper, right? We do have an SS for waiting the chamber. That is true. Sure. And I think here it's like fairly even at the moment. This, so we're gonna lead with the glimpse here. He might force this because the first end of festivities was to what's the word I'm looking for? I think here. I think I want to pitch the Cradle. Probably Bog in case it matters. Actually, no, I didn't get the Bog. That's bad. Alright, that's fine. And then now I can just like play my board, right? So the reason why I did it though, I didn't want to lose a land. Unfortunately, I boarded out the Bog, but that's a different story. Sure. From this, at least Jace is down after this. What did he pitch to the Forest Brainstorm? Sure. Jace is down to this, and then oops, wrong one. There, Jace is down. Attack, 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 and then is there reason to? I think I push damage. I think they're fine. I don't. It would probably just bother me, to be honest. I think the line here is, even though I don't have any black cards, I fetch black just to feign it. Snapcaster into ending here is like not bad, but yeah, I think we're ahead, right? All right, this is for all the marbles, as they say. I think the way we boarded there felt like it was probably fine. Like especially against like a Stoneforge Mystic deck, I don't think you want to like fall behind tempo. Also awkward to have to use removal on Stoneforge when they have Cauldron, right? I think how we boarded is probably correct. Notably, Oof actually gets around end of festivities too, right? Not great to be honest, but I think we have to keep. The odds are in our favor to draw a second land, but we don't. We could be in trouble. The odds of Mitchell not having a swords is probably low. Yep. That's not bad. I think we have to go Shepherd into Reclaimer here, because if they aggressively force, we lose a mana, right? Sure. I think they'd probably take their Shepherd. I could be wrong. Okay, that's fine. Could be an end of festivities is coming too. So we're kind of all in on the Progenitus plan. But we'll see. Shepherd off the top here would be fantastic. So I think it's like irresponsible here to like jam the natural order. That's actually not bad. I'll pass. I think we slammed this as a threat. Coast might be clear now. We'll see. All right, I guess not. Awkwardly. So they tapped out here. Now I kind of wish I had, what is it called? Probably blocks with the batter skull here. I would think he would block with the Snapcaster, but I think that was a mistake. We can't actually hardcast the hoof, especially with the force up. This will give us at least a hard cast hoof next turn if we draw a shepherd. I don't think we attack here because if they have a removal spell, it's really bad. deck thinning time. Hmm. Kind of awkward for us, to be honest. I guess we get the Boseiju because that has to represent another land. It's for sure awkward. Oops. Oh, that's actually worked out. I was supposed to fetch there, but I think while the shield are down, I do this. Better lucky than good, for sure. We have any more fetchables? I don't think so. Yeah, we don't. Wow, this is like kind of insane. All right, what do we lose to here? That should be lethal, unless I'm mistaken. Wow. Nice. We got the 5-0. Even did it on the road, so to speak, right? Losing game 1 and getting games 2 and 3. Yeah, for the syndicate for sure. I think, yeah, it definitely game 1 didn't work out the way we planned, but I do think this matchup is good. But yeah, pretty happy to get the 5-0 on stream. I think if it had been like 2 weeks or so since that would happen, but for sure, pretty sweet for sure. I think the deck just feels really good, right? Like overall. I'll bring up the deck again. Notably, we had the collector oof and the crop rotation. The collector oof came in handy. I think against DNT and then against what is it called? This matchup here, in case they had like a GT. I don't know if they did or not. For sure, Sadra. But it could easily be like Mindbreak Trap or whatever, right? To be fair, Unbad Mental Mystic, but that deck is more of a mid-range deck than anything else because of the Stoneforge Mystic. But yeah, End of Festivities not super good against our doesn't line up well against our 3/4s, right? And we boarded around because we just assumed that he was gonna play back to basics. As especially how they fetched game one. Possible they boarded it out against us. I don't know. It's hard to say. For sure. We did, Jax. So we had a 5-0 bid ended last. We went 3-2 in the first thing, and then we 5-0'd again on stream here. One loss was to Tony, so we wouldn't have 5-0'd anyways because we ran into the one matchup we can't win. And then the other matchup was to foresee like Thomas Mar check pile, so to speak. And I threw game one. So I do think we probably would have went 4-1 in that league. So no 5-0 because of Tony, but here we managed to dodge Tony and then we went 5-0. So pretty happy with the list, I think. Yeah, Mitchell is really good for those of you who are curious. Like he top 16 like I think GP, I forget which GP, but he top 16 a few GPs a couple years back for Legacy, and I think he won the trophy race like 2 3 times or whatever as well. Uh, yeah, yeah, for sure. So the matches for those of you who are curious, I don't remember what this was. What did we win in 2 minutes? Oh, it was Mono Black, I believe. Yeah, this was Mono Black. So they were not running the Dark Depths combo, but they were just running the Helm combo. And then we beat DNT. They actually stole game one against us because we had the odd draw hand against their against their Spirit of the Labyrinth hand. This was what was this? Oh, this was like 4C control. This was what was this one? Oh, it's some kind of Jeskai deck, a control deck, and then another Jeskai mid range deck. So I think overall the deck's like really strong. Unfortunately, we didn't really have the matchups. We sort of did for the Collector Oof and the crop rotation that I'm trying. I asked Jax, but he didn't see my message yet that whether I should cut the Mind Break traps or not, which I ran the first league. We didn't draw them against Tony in game three, but we could have potentially stolen game three. But like the percentages are pretty low, right? It's like 20% or something. Um, I do think like especially in the paper meta, I do like this sideboard a lot better because there tends to be less storm in paper. Thanks by the way, Jax, for the compliment on the 5-0. But yeah, I've been running like super hot with this deck, and then again we 5-0'd on stream. Uh, I think the main deck is the only decision I think left in the main deck for me personally is and Jax, I know in Inigo cannot sing the praises enough of Baseju, right? But I think the only main deck decision I have at this point is like whether I want to run the third copy or not instead of the 8 fetch. I think given that I have a lot of discard, I feel safer with that. And you don't like drawing two Baseju opening game is almost like a mole, right? So I think I like the main deck. Like it's almost perfect to me at the moment. That's probably the one thing I have to decide on the one collector oof, the endurance, like this all feels perfect. Like the progenitus feels good too. The sideboard, I think I like where I'm at with 6 discard because I just think we have major game against combo out of the non-blue decks. Like I think obviously I'm biased, like full disclosure, but I think besides Delver and I think besides the Chalice decks, we probably have the best combo matchup because we have efficient disruption, 1 mana removal spells, right? I mean, 1 mana hand disruption. We have endurance, and we have a fast clock. We have like everything that lines up. We don't have wasteland. That's the only thing. I think Sage or both can be true, right? I think a lot of newer elf players, especially if they played the other version before, they're gonna have a hard time playing this version because the playstyle is like completely different. Even though some of the lines are similar, like also I just see people misplay when I play the mirror all the time with Elvish Reclaimer. Like they're not getting Cradle on 2, for instance, right? And that's just absolutely wrong in my opinion. Also, they fetch the second force, which is just a big no-no, right? Because that's not going to leave you with any more force in basic force in the deck. Is why that's wrong. Um, what else? I also think the metagame is better now. Well, it's about the same, I think, right? Because I think what makes elves good in the metagame is if there's a lot of 8 cast, because that tends to suppress some of the like the epic storm, the epic gamble decks. So we typically like when 8 cast is good. They're not great at the moment, to be fair, but I think the thing that has made elves really good lately is two things. Um, I think the rediscovery of discard means that we don't lose the combo. Like the exceptions are like the turn one decks. Oops. Uh, the epic gamble. Like we're probably gonna be a big underdog in those matchups. But Reanimator, Show and Tell, Doomsday. I'm not scared of any of those decks. And like I think we can beat those decks more often than not. I think the second thing is the discovery of Murderous Cut. I think has now flipped the Delver matchup back in our advantage, so to speak, right? Like I think my win rate against Delver had dropped below 40% at one point. In a obviously small sample size, right? And I've seen like other elf players drop to like 20%. It's just ridiculous, right? But I think my win rate against Delver lately at least has been like 70% again, right? And I've seen like other elf players now starting to do well, and I think Murderous Cut is a big reason why. And the Because for instance, I saw Testacular go 4-0 against Delver during the Saturday challenge, and before I know he was struggling with the match, but I know a lot of other elf players were struggling. So I think relying on black as a secondary color has made a big difference because nobody's playing Veil aside from like the Epic Storm. So I think you can rely on black like pretty consistently, and also just there's a big difference between Assassin's Trophy and Murderous Cut. Like quite frankly, and we used to run Assassin's Trophy, but it just didn't age well because of them, no longer running Ragavan and they're running Delver, which we have to deal with in the early game, right? Potentially, and Cut being like a black shifted, Swords to Plowshares to deal with Murktide region, it's been the big discovery, I think, in my opinion. But to be fair, that is partially attributed to Boseiju, because that means we no longer need Assassin's Trophy, right? We just have two generic removal spells in our main deck that catch all, or three if you're in Eagle, right? Also, the reincorporation, I think, of Caracas has been big. And the other reason why I think we're good now is because I think we have solved the lands matchup as well, right? It took me a while, but I realized Endurance is really good against lands because our game plan is now just 3/4 tribal, right? We get a Reclaimer and just not play any creatures. We're just gonna like try to solo the match with a Reclaimer, so to speak. We get the Caracas out so we don't get Merit Lage, and then eventually we can cast Natural and get to 4 mana, right? And then I think that have been very effective strategy. Sometimes we don't have the Natural Order, but essentially we can beat a Tabernacle now because all of our creatures deal 3 instead of 1, and we just like screw the Glimpse, screw the Wirewood or the Visionary Recursion. We just try to ride 3, which we're playing a Delver game essentially, right? Against we're playing essentially a Delver game against lands, which seems ironic to say, but then it's just so hard to be a Tabernacle otherwise. So I found Endurance just being really good in the matchup. Is Cut too good to have Bando competing with it? They're kind of different things, right? Like the way the sideboard is built is you want 6 cards against Delver because you have the Natural Order package, which now features Progenitus main, which also helps against lands, by the way. But they should be favored game 1. And we can board out the Collective, right? That's 6 cards. Like, this is non-negotiable in my opinion, the 3 Endurance. So that leaves us with 3 spots that I want to board out for the Delver matchup. And typically speaking, they're removal spells because I want them to apply to like DNT and creature decks. And I think you could play 2 Snuff Out and 1 Cut. I just think Cut is better against Delver and better with the way the deck is built. Namely, we want good top decks. Snuff Out, not as great against the top deck against Delver, although insanely good against creature combo. Also with mono black depths, I think we want to have 2 Cut, right? Like, they're kind of different things, right? If I played the Vandal, I probably would, maybe cut a Crop Rotation or something, for what it's worth, Sadra. That said, though, I find the Blood Moon matchup just high variance. I'm just not gonna pay attention to them, so to speak. I'm just gonna try to ride Progenitus because if I play a sideboard card, especially one that's 2 mana, right? 3 with Greenstone, I want it to always be good, and it's not always good against Moon Stompy, for instance. So that's my logic for that. Anybody else have any questions? Let's see who we can raid here. Uh, Deep sea drafting. I don't know what that means. There's Geeky Jackson. Uh, so I think I will raid Geeky Jackson. They are the Cube Trophy leader, so that's kind of cool. I don't see anybody else playing Legacy at the moment. So for whatever that's worth, I'm assuming most people here are from my Legacy content. I tried cubing a few times, and I noticed my viewership was lower. So obviously not the best cube drafter, but thank you for Thank you for hanging out with me tonight. I had a lot of fun on this 5-0 and Unbanned Mental Misstep. Also, I will get you access to Patreon content with your subscription donation earlier. So for those of you looking for my Patreon content, I will send you my I will personally send you my my metagame update if you subscribe to my my Twitch account, right? So I will do that right after the stream. Unbanned Mental Misstep. If you're, I'll go ahead and DM you via Discord. I believe I've seen you around on Discord on the Lands channel. All right. With that said, I'll go ahead and raid now. What is it called? Geeky Jackson. Thank you everyone for stopping by.